Alright, you guys, let me get my gauges set up the way I want. Just set my trip meter and my digital gauge the way to the indicator that I like to have it on. So, getting ready to leave here. Thought I was already in gear. I was in neutral. How stupid of me. Okay, just leaving home now, getting ready to head over to Walmart in Colton. There's an England bobtail with, that's a trainer truck too. It's one of those three bunk trucks. And this truck that was here that I've been parked behind the previous most of my time here is still parked there. Well, either the guy's on home time or it's abandoned, I don't know. I would think it's just parked there for home time. I hadn't seen it there before. Guess I'll find out next time I come home if it's still there or not. Anyway, getting ready to go. Like I said, I'm going to be picking up in Colton at Walmart, of course, and that load will be going to Missouri. Back in my Tally to Missouri or Kansas or whatever loop. It's much as I don't mind variety, I sure as hell don't mind knowing that there's a possibility I'll just be coming right back to Southern Cal on the next load. Not gonna ever complain about that. I'm westbound on Nisqually Road, heading toward I-15. So those of you guys that might have been following my other videos, when I'm home, I park. At least if I have a trailer with me, like I do now. They usually park over by somewhere near the corner of Nisqually Road and Hesperia Road, on basically east of Hesperia Road. On this occasion, I was parked on Enterprise Lane, right across the street from the Church and Dwight warehouse. Church and Dwight, if you guys aren't familiar with them, they're the parent company of Arm & Hammer. I mainly knew about them even before I moved into this neighborhood over here, because they are part of the S&P 500, or at least they were. I can't remember if they're still on it. I guess there's 500 companies on the list. I do keep track of all of them for my stock investing stuff, or more so for the futures contracts that I invest in, or that I trade. Yeah, and I remember reading about Church and Dwight, or wondering who the heck they were, and figured out that they were the parent of the Arm & Hammer company. Alright, Nisqually and 7th / Arrowhead Drive. This is where this is the light here. I've not gotten any indication yet from JCT whether my load is ready to go yet, which I assume that means it's not. Of course, that would be assuming it's even a drop-and hook pickup, which it isn't necessarily, but most of our pickups there actually are drop pickups. Wasn't even convinced I wanted to turn my reefer unit on because I'm so used to them being drop hooks. More than likely, even if the load's not ready yet, I mean, it's more. I would be a betting man. Regardless, I'll drop the trailer and then end up sitting. Oh, yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I got a driver who's getting ready to call me now. He's really trying to make things work out with JCT, but I guess he's struggling a lot with the paychecks and particularly his truck. Alright. Hey, how's it going, Andrew? Good. Not a problem, man. If there's something I can do to help, I'll definitely help you with that. Yeah. Yeah, what's that? I can't speak for other areas of the trucking industry, but with my experiences with reefer, if they have a certain time, that's what time they expect you there. So with that Tyson load you're picking up, that means be there no later than 6 o'clock. And if you can get it there even sooner, even better, because then you'll be in position to reload faster. And Tomlinson? Some issues going on with the industry too, because I was supposed to pick up here in Victorville yesterday, and the load canceled right when I was there trying to check in. I don't know what happened with it, but yeah, it was supposed to pick up at 10 in the morning. I didn't know about it until already just a hair after 10. Get there right at 11 a.m. and I didn't even have the pickup number that they were expecting from me, and then when I was getting ready to make the phone call, ask about it, the planner called me up and said, hey, that load's not good anymore. So I ended up going back to the house, and they said they didn't have any other loads available to put me on, so I ended up sitting. I actually just left the house again a few minutes ago to go pick up my load in Colton. And who was it? I can't remember. It might have been Mark Nancro or somebody. They were in Tolleson not too long ago themselves. They did a delivery over there, and I guess because normally when we're in the Tolleson area, there are loads coming out of JBS or somewhere that they'll put us on, but I guess they were so low on freight there that I want to say it was Mark. He got sent all the way out to Colton to pick up a load because there was just nothing in Arizona. And it sounds like you're having problems over there in Houston. I've seen other. Yeah, that's normal. Because the planners only work from like 8 p.m. to like 5 or 6 p.m. That means the customer needs to communicate to them what they want to do with it, or what? Rest. No, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one, because there are times where I might deliver in LA somewhere, and like maybe in the morning or late, like late morning or something. And I'll sometimes ask them, well, hey, is there anything that, I mean, going on? Because I'm not going to sit here and burn up my 14-hour clock in the LA area and give the traffic a chance to fuck me out of getting home or to a more reasonable place. Not to mention, if I don't know where my reload's going to be coming out of, because I might reload in LA for all I know. And I'll ask them, hey, even if the planners don't have something, tell me there's nothing to pick up right now, and then give me an idea on which direction I might need to go. You know? Adequate, I would say, at least on from my experiences, but is it over communicating? No. There was a hell of a lot more communicating going on between me and my dispatcher when I was at Sierra England, of all places. Question for you. When you're on loads, do you keep regular track of what your ETA is throughout the entire trip? So we have how many miles to cover? Okay, so the actual distance from Houston to Jollison is 1197. 20 hours. But that's assuming you can get at least 600 miles on each shift, or at least on the first shift. But then okay, so basically your 14-hour clock had already started before you went over to pick up the load, is what you're saying. Okay, so about 40 hours then is what it would take you then. Actually run faster than a JCT truck though, especially if you're not in California. I usually plan for 60 miles an hour. So that'll be about 20 hours of on-duty time plus 2 10-hour breaks that you're kind of expecting, so that's 40 hours. If you were to leave, yeah, and then it's 3 o'clock in Phoenix though, so if it was me with that load leaving right now, I would plan on being there around 7 a.m. on Friday the 18th. That's what I'm coming up with. And when is it due? On the 18th or 17th? Oh yeah, you're good. Wondering why they put that one on you. That's a little bit long. I don't mind sometimes having a load where it's that long between load pickup and delivery and a pickup, but I at least want to be able to have to knock out the deadhead miles in between, and then maybe pick up on a fresh clock. With Thomason, I know from my understanding is really low on freight right at the moment, and I'm kind of wondering though if maybe while you're en route still, maybe some other loads become available sooner than that October 20 load, and maybe they can pull that other load for you and give you something different if all works out well. But Yeah, because even if they have someone who they can ask, the person might reject for whatever their own personal reason is. Okay. Pretty good distance on that. Might be able to reach Fort Stockton before you know it. Plus you'll have to stop and scale your load, and then now with it being 5 o'clock in Houston. And I know that Tyson plant's over there, kind of just on the east side of Houston, so you really don't have an option but to deal with Houston traffic. Question, how often do you give your DM like PTA updates? Yeah, but the sooner they know exactly what time, date and time to have you available for reload, the sooner they can give it to the planner and they can put you on the rotation for a reload. Yeah, if you have a good DM and they know that that's how you always run, that's one thing. But then, always the easiest. I'm 45 myself. I actually prefer to run at night, but I'll run whatever. Personally, I just run whatever load I can. But yeah, and I set myself up where I can take a nap during my shift if I need to. But that's just me personally. I know that. Yeah, that's actually a good. That's a good habit. That actually makes you more reliable to them too. Yeah, and even here, your on-shift habit sounds like it'd be great for DMs, because I've talked to DMs before, and I know one of their biggest complaints from some of our drivers, about some of our drivers, I should say, is that they'll their 10-hour breaks will be like 12, 13, 14 hours long, and then or their 30-minute breaks will be like 2 hours or something. they might have said that because as a way of saying they'll work you in or something. I'm not really sure about who the customer was or how they do things though. Just curious, before you came to JCT, what kind of freight did you do before? Oh, okay. Okay. Did you ever do much reefer prior to JCT, or no? My understanding with a lot of dry van freight, I know I usually hear people say that they're so used to doing drop-in hooks on both ends that they can't handle sitting in dock doors for 3 hours and stuff. So. Oh, I have a friend who's a dispatcher for SRT. From what it sounds like, aside from the truck problems, that I mean, obviously, yeah, truck problems are definitely a killer of miles too. But outside of that, I'm wondering if maybe communicating PTA all the time to your DM, or maybe if that might help some. It's like for me, like when I get over to, let's just say this is load I'm picking up, I'm going to get into Harrisonville. I might get her over there, let's see, when it's due Saturday, I think. Or, yeah, whatever, let's see, it's days it due, the 20th or some shit like that. Yeah, it's not scheduled yet, but I'm sure it's going to be scheduled for like 3 in the morning or something around that time. Let's see. Oh, it's due the 19th. Okay, so I might, let's just say maybe I'll get it over there in the evening of the 18th, and then I can do a 10-hour break. I might tell them I'll do a 10-hour break in conjunction with delivery, even though, because I'll just go over to is it Snap Brothers, one that's right next to it. I'll go over there and start my 10-hour break, go into sleeper berth, and then PC over to the DC, make the delivery, go back to sleep while I'm delivering. When I'm done, go back to the truck stop, finish my 10-hour break, and then whatever that time is. Usually if I have a delivery, I'll even put it as like 12 hours after I plan to get there. So that way I know if I have trouble sleeping because of getting up and doing shit, I'll tell them maybe if I get there like 8 p.m. one night, I might tell them I'll be ready to reload at 8 in the morning the next morning. And the sooner they get that information from me, the sooner I end up on the planner's rotation. And so if they have information for me, but they don't have information from somebody who's maybe even going to be available earlier, guess who will get the load first? The planner will give it to me because he knows when I'll be available. Okay. by the way, are you going to be putting load locks in that trailer? Okay, just be forewarned if you do put load locks in. When you get the doors open, let it air out for a couple minutes before you get in there, because especially from that shipper, and then a few other types of plants I've been to, or if I go in there right away to put load locks in, because of some chemical they use, it'll actually make you lightheaded, and people have actually fainted. I remember picking up from that same Tyson plant one time and almost passing out inside the trailer because whatever I don't know if it's carbon dioxide or something else they use. Is that right? That's it. That's not bad at all. Yeah, but just pulling in, and for me, between looking at the load gauge and pulling also, it gives me a pretty good idea. You're probably barely above water, probably only like $300 or $400 a paycheck like that. You don't have to worry about passing out in there either. It can actually happen. I seriously, when I picked up there before, I had to actually get out of the trailer as fast as I could because I knew I was going to pass out if I didn't. Wow, even though it's only 25,000. Wow, okay. Yeah, I would say maybe give that PTA thing a try, see how it works out for you. You know, doesn't start changing, yeah, it doesn't start helping you at all, or the truck, yeah, assuming the truck stays in good enough shape for you too, and can't say I'd blame you for wanting to move on. So you've had 3 different trucks and they've all had some kind of problems? Oh, okay. Good thing it won't matter, because none of the states you're going through have any of those. Nice thing about Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, you can have them all the way back and they don't care. Yeah, I don't know. For obvious reasons. Harder to corner. That same truck you've had how many problems with? Okay. Damn, a week for an APU? How many gallons do you end up getting when you actually have your light on? What kind of truck are you in? Is it it's a Freightliner, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I've not driven anything but this Pete since I've been with JCT, and I've actually put in as many as 180 gallons of fuel in this one when my light with my low fuel light on. Oh, yeah, mine just rebooted just a couple minutes ago myself. Yeah, it sounds like you might need to call the manual reset line. Yeah, that can work too. Yeah. For that problem you have there, I just called the OmniTrax reset or OmniTrax support hotline and use the options to get to the manual reset feature. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think either your method or calling the tech support line is going to be needed. No, well, yeah, I guess real quick, but if you pull the Qualcomm unit off the holder, there's the serial number on it. Merging into the, getting onto the 10 right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get the number for you. I'll send it to you. Just send it to your messenger. If you just call that number and then go to the option for manual read, if you just say I can drive, then the computer will prompt you to narrate. Oh, okay, that's good. That drives me nuts. I can even fill up in Fernley, come into California, make a delivery, go down to like Central Cal, pick up, and then come back out I-40, and I'll still have half a tank of fuel left. Yeah, good question. I only run I run 70 miles an hour all the time, and I got a 10-speed truck, so I'm used to only getting about 6.7, 6.8 miles per gallon on average. I keep track of my miles and fuel purchases and all that, and I know cumulatively I'm getting 6.8. I think it's cool that you're at least, you're trying to figure out solutions. Whether it's ultimately going to work out for you, don't know, but it's cool you're at least looking for any kind of answer that might help. And I got this freaking pain in the ass turn here I got to make. I got shitty traffic on traffic on 10 freeway, and so I got off at Rancho, and I gotta have to make this really pain in the ass right turn to get onto Aguamanza. There's a ton of cars here too. fucking idiots don't know that I can't make this turn until these guys let me over. I'm gonna say fuck them. Fucking out of these stupid idiots. And some of the people in the lane next to me, behind me, started moving over to try to pass. I'm like, dude, I can't move over because you guys will never vacate the lane I need to make my turn. Yeah, because it's I don't know if you've ever made this turn here, this right turn from Rancho Avenue on to Aguamanza. There's, yeah, I got it on my dash cam here. I'll put it up in the group and I'll show you how big a pain in the ass it is. I had a whole bunch of cars behind me and nobody would leave the next lane over open for me to use, and I had to eventually force my way over there. Anyway, yeah, I'm almost at the DC. I'm gonna have to check in here in a minute. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, we're here to help each other, so. Yeah, I would say the only thing that sounds like I can really do to help would be suggest giving PTA updates as much as you can. The earlier your DM knows when you have when you'll be available for another reload, the earlier they can give it to the planner, and the earlier you'll be in the rotation for a reload. Yeah, keep in touch. Let me know how it's all going. I mean, if it doesn't work out for you, you know, I don't hesitate to keep in touch. Let me know what you're up to. Yeah, understandable. I mean, you got. Especially if you're like the sole or main breadwinner for your family, it's a challenge. Because you know, for me, I have a different situation. I'm married. My wife makes more than I do. So, but I can't imagine how much of a pain it is being single income earner for a family. I have 5 kids total to support. Oh, screw them. That's night shift dispatch. You send your loaded call and then they're asking you to verify temp on bills, right? Ignore them. That's probably Smitty or Amy or somebody telling you that because they just started their shift about half an hour ago. Yeah, for me, when I send my departure call, I put it all right there. I put BOL temp, blah, 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 reefer setting. Right? That's why I just ignore them. Like I don't put information down in there unless I've already looked at the bills in the first place. I'm not going to verify them. So I just ignore them whenever they say that kind of stuff. They do it all the time. I mean, I'll give them credit. They're better than what I experienced at Sea or England. Yeah, and they're pretty good overall, but they can be annoying with some of the micromanaging stuff. That's the only issue I got. Got a long ass line here at Walmart again. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna get going here, get through this check-in process, but yeah, just say don't hesitate to call again if you want. Yeah, which I kind of do the same, or even better if people share their locations, then I go on the nearby friends thing and I see that their location has changed within the last 10 minutes, and I know they're rolling. Yeah, it's also a way I can sometimes, hey man, I think I'm gonna cross paths with you. I want to meet up or something. It's pretty convenient. Yeah, some people get paranoid about the privacy part of it, but it's like, we're always posting different stuff about that anyway. Oh, this hour, you might want to take 610 with that at this hour. It doesn't look like, yeah, it's pick your poison time. It looks like I'm looking at the it'll be, yeah, you're gonna have traffic delays both on the 610 and the 10. Yeah, right now, but when you get into downtown, right after you get past the 69, I-69, it's gonna turn to shit. And let's see. Yeah, I don't know, because both sides, both the 610 West and the 10 West have areas that I would want to avoid if I could, but I think that's one of those pick your poison situations. You're not gonna have much luck either way. Let's see, Fort Stockton. Let's see what mine's telling. I don't use GPS. I just have Google Maps looking at the traffic data. Oh, that's wrong. Just curious which way it's saying is. I got 511 from the Tyson plant to Fort Stockton. It's 511. Yeah. But you'll... see, how far is... So Tyson plant to, that's right, because you've already, your clock had started earlier. I'm coming up with 629 miles from the Tyson plant, Houston to Van Horn. at 70 miles an hour, I can do over 700, like 720 miles if I stay at 70. But you got Houston traffic, plus your clock started earlier, so I can kind of see your argument there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, or for some people, they might be okay with parking out like a rest area or whatever, but in others, it's like me, I'd rather not park at a rest area if I don't need to. I might do a nap or something, but I'd rather have services available. I want to be able to use the restroom or go buy food and drink or something, or shower or whatever. That's my idea of a 10-hour break. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've actually repowered loads for him recently, like 2 in a row for him, just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, 55 average is easy to do. Even donuts. No, but with all the miles added in, once you get out of the Houston area and you're able to run 70 miles an hour, yeah, it'll average out to about probably high 50s, even low 60s. No, you said it was due on the 18th, though, right? Yeah, but even with 2 10-hour breaks planned in, what I was coming up with is like 7, 8 a.m. ETA on the day of your delivery, and you're not due until 1800 that same night. You'll easily make it on time. And that's even, if it was me running personally and I had a fresh clock right there at the start, oh yeah, I would have made it all the way to Van Horn and then the next shift and already be delivering at the end of my shift. Not even needing a second 10-hour break. But considering your traffic situation and the fact you had already started your shift earlier to do other stuff, I can see why the extra 10-hour break is needed there. And even with that extra 10, you'll still be there a good about 10 hours early if you run it the way I do. Yeah, that won't be a problem at all. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Because there are two. I found there's two advantages that happen from that too. One, when you get to your delivery point, you have more of your 14-hour clock to work with to start deadheading to another location or even pick up another load. Two, you have more hours that you're burning up on your shifts, so it means when it comes down to if you have to rely on recaps to get miles that you need, then you'll have more hours to work with for that too. So I found like if I run 10-hour shifts instead of 8-hour shifts, and let's say I run like 4 10-hour shifts, yeah, then I might have an extra 4 hours to work with on my following load or something, and yeah, that's important. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm next in line here. As soon as this guy moves out of the way, I gotta check in. So I really gotta get going. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. Well, you saw the fun I had trying to make that turn safely from Rancho Avenue on to Agua Mansa. Alright, now of course I'll be checking in here just a second. And I still never got a message saying the load's ready, so I'll assume it's still in a dock door or that I'm going to live load. See how it goes. I see a lot of other JCT drivers leaving. There are at least a couple, 2 or 3 that have already, including this guy here. This is 3695 Charlie. I have not seen you before. Black Freightliner. Anyway, yeah, I'll give you some. That's a driver. He's an experienced driver, but he doesn't have a ton of reefer experience, I think, and I don't think he's used to having to send PTA information to DMs. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know how things run on drive-in side, whatever. Anyway, I'll be back. Gotta double check my pickup number, and I think I know what it is, but just gotta double check it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Be back. done checking in. This is a dropping hook. I don't know that it's ready though. I just gotta go check in at the. I'm gonna drop my trailer and then check in. Okay, my trailer number is I think it was 7075 is what it said on his spreadsheet. He's not really allowed to tell me which trailer I'm going to be taking, but I will be looking for that specific trailer if it's in a dock door, then I know I'm going to be waiting. If it's sitting outside, probably if it is ready, it'll be in the row that's facing right at us. I don't know if you can see that JCT trailer in the background, right where that truck's turning the corner. Right over there's a JCT trailer. It could be over there too, but there's a pretty good chance it might end up over here in one of these dock doors or one of the other dock doors on the other side of the building. Okay, is this guy going to need to pull forward? I don't know, he looks pretty good. Might need to pull forward, but yeah. His drive tires now, see, he pulled a lot further forward than he needed to. He already had his drive tires where I needed them. All he had to do was get the steers there. Only a little bit of right forward would have gotten him in good position for that. That's the problem with overdoing things. Damn it. I want to be on the left side, but everyone keeps driving on the right. Well, there's a 7275 over here on a dock door. What do you want to bet that's what I'm going to be... that might be the one that I'm picking up. What the hell's hanging off this guy's deer guard? I'll put it right here next to this other JCT trailer. Gotta wait on this Sandu transport truck to get out of the way though. Is this guy gonna not let me back in though? Oh, he's just trying to go by anyway. I'm a little tight, but I'm still overshot with the drive tires. Basically, the trailer was starting to track back toward the other JCT trailer, so that's why I pulled forward. Get it where it needs to be. Tandems were well positioned. I just needed a. Alright, that'll work. Trailer brake set. Suspension airbags dropped. Back into my trailer. And brake set. Now I'm going to go disconnect. this damn thing before this truck gets over here onto the scale. Alright. Yeah, I know my airbags are deflated. Okay, door 167. Or tonight, it's either 7075 or 7275 that I saw on that thing. It's probably 7275, but you never know. Still in a dock door means I'm going to be waiting a while. Looks clear over there. Looking through the mirror right there in front to check for oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Okay, there are other JCT trailers over here, but none of them are 7075. So. Check in real quick. Confirmed, I am in door 167. Yeah, do the usual routine, go park in front of the trailer, don't hook up to it, and wait for them to call me. Pedestrian crossing here. I see something off in the background through the mirror. Just can't tell which way it's going. Oh, it's a bobtail sitting over there. Okay. $38.57. Whoever that is has been with us for a long time. Yeah, whoever that is have to have a. Looks like what has to be at least a good 15 stars on their or diamonds on their truck, which means they've been with us at least 15 years. Okay, light is red, so that's a good sign. Yeah. I put the... Let's see. What I'm talking about there, this white Freightliner here. See all those diamonds on the front of his truck? Each one of those represents a year that he's been with the company. So this guy's been with us for, I can't even tell, close to 20 years it looks like. Definitely more than 15 and less than 20 from what I can tell. And then, is this 36, 33? Yeah, 3857 is the guy with all the years in. Now, it's like normal with us here. I'll always see a whole bunch of us here. 3583 over here. It's that 3583 Echo. 3767 leaving right now. 3614 is another truck that was checking in at the same time as me. Every day you always see a whole bunch of us here. Alright, well anyway, now it's time to hang out and wait. Like I said, my light is red, which at least means they've already started to load me, so I need to send in my message to let them know I'm checked in and the load's not ready, but I'm in a dock, but it's in a dock door. Simple thing, letting them know that way there are any kind of delays whatsoever, then I have it on there that they contributed to it. Even if there's no reason I should show up late with this, but then again, it depends on how long it takes for them to make the trailer, the load ready for me, because if they run down my 14-hour clock where I can't run a full 500-600 mile shift like I normally would, then that'll become a problem. And then JCT's policy is to not reschedule loads unless they absolutely have to be rescheduled. They will repower loads whenever possible to make on-time delivery. They'll only reschedule or ask for a reschedule or work in if there's no way possible for it to make on-time delivery. So, yeah, but as long as there's a chance that maybe if I run out of time and then there's a team truck or somebody who, maybe I could do in the middle of my shift, swap off with somebody who's got extra time on their load and has the legs on their shifts to get it there on time still, then that's what the company actually will do. Otherwise, I'll just do what I can with it. Like I said, I don't have a delivery appointment time scheduled for it yet, but it's due on the 19th, and this is a produce load. Walmart DCs always do produce deliveries in the mornings. Could be 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., something around there, don't know. Normally it'd be around 3 a.m. or a little later, so I'll assume that's when I need to be there. Let's see how many miles I figure how many miles are on this load. Where? Okay, I only got one page of the load assignment for some reason. Okay, so it's 1,517 miles loaded and 43 empty, so I do ideally want to run at least 550 mile shifts every shift to get there on time. Now obviously I can run 600 plus, but and then if I can run over 600, every shift, then it eases the load, it eases the burden on me as the shifts go on. And then, the earlier in the shift, the sooner I can get there to the receiver, the sooner I can get my 10-hour break started if I need one, and be in a position to reload faster. Kind of like what I was just talking about on the phone with the other driver. I don't know if you heard that part when I was on the phone with him, but yeah, the more miles I can run each shift, I want to set myself up so when I get to the receiver, I have the shortest amount of miles to run possible in order to get there. That way, if I'm in a position to reload where I still have 14-hour clock to work with, even if I don't pick up right away, maybe I can cover the Deadhead miles to get to the next location. It could be 200-300 mile Deadhead trip on a typical reload, or it might be a lot shorter. But I want to be in a position where I can run those Deadhead miles if possible, and then I'll have then maybe I can plan in the 10-hour break before I pick up, or in conjunction with the pickup, and be able to run with a fresh clock on as soon as I get through picking up the load. That's one of the advantages. Also, like I was saying on the phone call with the other driver, is if I run more hours per day, then when it comes to the time I need to run on recaps next week, or just say I need recaps to help get miles for one load or another, then it can help me out. Like I was saying, if I run 10-hour shifts instead of 8-hour shifts, and that's the same guy, 3767. All right, anyway, let's just say I run this. I have 2 days of 10-hour shifts with this load here. It actually might be 3 days because it's 1,500 miles. But 1,500 miles I can cover in about 48 hours total between driving and my stops. My 10-hour breaks. But let's just say I get 10 hours logged on my 24-hour day on each of those dates instead of 8 hours run. Then that's 4 more hours I have available to run with. And if I'm running at 55 mile an hour average, or getting planned on a 55 mile an hour average, even though I can run faster, 4 extra hours, that's 220 miles more that I can run on a next load, within a certain amount of time. The way they have a computer program they use for to figure out what's the best load, what load makes the best use of your hours, and they might use whatever that suggestion is, or they might have another reason to give you something else. Maybe they can't trust you with a particular load, or maybe they trust you with something that you're the best. Maybe you're the best option for or something. So there's a lot of things that go into play there. But regardless, the more hours you have available to run recaps with, obviously it's a better option, because that might mean difference between getting a 1,500 mile reload versus a 1,700 mile reload. If having those hours and not having them. Okay, so maybe that'll help some of you guys out here. Also, like I was saying with the other guy, it's PTAs. I cannot stress this enough, especially when you're in reefer freight. I don't know how things work in dry van, because I never ran dry van. I don't know how things work with flatbed or oversized or whatever, or hazmat, whatever. I don't run that kind of freight. I run reefer. I may not have been doing this the longest, but this isn't rocket science to me, okay? And it's just figuring out what works better for the people you're working with. You communicate with the dispatcher. You might not know how things work, but if you just communicate with them, you can figure it out. It's not, it's just a matter of listening to them and being a good teammate with them. Because your dispatcher's not your boss. They work side by side with you. They're basically the admin right hand of you. You handle stuff. You handle the driving and getting the load picked up and moved part, and then they handle the communicating with planners, or getting you set up for reloads or whatever. Now, they don't pick out the reloads. They just ask the planners hey, can I get this or that reload for my driver? And the planner ultimately decides how to do it, or whether to give it to that dispatcher or not. So, okay. I was watching this yard jockey come out at the same time this driver was making a left turn out from the lane where the scale is at. Anyway, I don't want to ramble on too much with this. And that pretty much covered the route over here, so I don't know. I think maybe I'll continue this. Maybe I'll end this video after I get the load scaled out and everything. Just again to check that process and all that. And like I say, you can never have too much documentation here, even whether it's for me to show proof of something, or just for those of you guys who want to live vicariously through us or learn how things work at these customers. All right, so I'll press on. We'll give you more footage here when there's a little more to show here. Okay, thanks. Before my load is done loading, I'll just kind of hook up to my trailer and go around to the other side and wait for them to tell me my bills are ready. Pull forward and this guy, where's we get now? Pull over here by the Sea England trailer, put my load locks in, close my doors, head over to the other side. Get through this clusterfuck of trucks trying to either turn the corner or back in over here or get moving. Oh, that's what this guy's doing here. Pretty bad that he picked up a load here and has a bad tire before he can even get out of here. I can't talk too much about their situation without knowing it fully, but usually for a bad trailer tire, I'm gonna just go ahead and go off the property and we'll get it fixed somewhere while I'm en route. I don't know where this load's going though. Might be concerned about getting put out of service at a weigh station. Okay, I have a nice, easy, straight back setup here. Not very busy here right now anyway. Okay. Like I said, just wait for them to call, say the bills are ready, and I'll be heading out of here. Okay, I'm ready to roll. Have bills in hand, and I've already sent my departure call, even though I'm not at the guard shack yet. Put on these guys to get cleared first. it's going to be fine. The last pallet was quite a few feet into the trailer, so definitely not going to have any problems with it being too tail heavy. I know that for a fact. Come on, dude. You can do a little bit faster than a mile an hour through here. I'd like to get out of here sometime tonight, not next year. Come on, man. Take a little freaking longer. To go slow, it's another to go excessively slow. That was excessively slow. There's no added safety benefit to going that much slower. Alright, let's go get on the scale. Like a team truck there on 3909 Alpha. So since they're a team truck picking up here, I guarantee they're probably going to Florida. They do a lot of pickups here. Team trucks do a lot of pickups going to Arcadia, Florida. Might be other places over there too they go to, but I know Arcadia is the most common place they end up going to. Sunset there. Hopefully might be some more good there for footage, especially because I'm using I got both the dash cam and the phone recording at the same time, because I'm anticipating we're going to get into, let's see, hang on, let's double check our weights. 11.3, okay, that's next one shouldn't be any more than 45. Alright, not even 42. So then 76 is B. I know you're not even going to weigh that much. Yeah, I'm not even 70,000 pounds, so we're more than good. Trucking company. Sounds familiar. I'm sure I've seen that company before. Thought I saw them even recently. I don't know how big a company, how big an outfit they are, but definitely rings a very strong bell to me. Like I just saw them. Stopping over here on this side for this guy must be needing a rework or something. I don't know. This is a Sam's Club site though. I doubt he's picking up a Sam's Club load. Usually we deliver to the Sam's Club site, and the outbound loads for Sam's Club are usually this guy looks like he's insisting on staying on that side. I'll start moving forward on me now. Good. You looking for the receiving office? You're looking for Sam's Club receiving? Are you looking for Sam's Club receiving?
Yeah.
Right down here, the first extra building thing. Yep, no problem. Yeah, so it's his first time coming here. It's not backing into a door already. Probably, maybe he doesn't have a door assignment yet. I don't know. Got out of here at least early enough where I can stop and get me some Del Taco on the way out. On the way, when I get through Barstow. Shall we turn? Get off. Okay. Go. Wait for her to clear my trailer. She's right next to it. I don't want to start moving when she's right next to my trailer. Alright, we're clear. Okay. I think I will go ahead and take the Rancho Avenue route back to the freeway again, just like I did earlier. I think I'll go ahead and leave it and keep this video running until maybe I get to Barstow. Now, as long as I have daylight to work with, even though it's not much left, at least there's something for you to worth looking at for you guys. Pick a lane, stay in it. Don't use both parts of both lanes when you don't need it. And trust me, I know you don't need the extra lane. I got several four-wheelers coming this way. Say, well, a bus. Just when I thought the coast was clear after these next two cars, another one comes. Then there's an opening, there's another one coming. Quit teasing me, people. Alright, now it looks like we're clear after this car here. For us just here in California alone. Basically they want to stay in California, so what they'll do is they'll pick up loads out of our drop yard here in San Bernardino and take them to wherever they're going, and then they'll pick up another load from further out, whatever. It could be Northern Cal, Southern, Central Cal usually, and bring it back to the drop yard, and one of us OTR guys will come pick it up. I believe that may be one of their, heard rumor, it might be one of their options for dealing with the stupid new law that just passed, Assembly Bill 5 or AB 5. Here in California, where it basically redefines who can be classified as an employee or whatever, and who's a contractor or some crap. I believe it will affect me somehow, possibly. I heard a rumor. I don't know if there's any truth to it, or if it's just something they're considering doing, but haven't decided on yet. Possibly setting up a terminal for us in Phoenix, and then just having contractors run the freight into and out of California. By contractor, I mean people who are running on their own authority and not under JCT's authority. Like I said, I don't know if there's even a shred of truth to that, but then again, a lot of times when I hear rumors, there's at least some truth to it. So it's something they might be at least looking into doing, if not actually following through on developing. I just hope it doesn't screw me out of being able to get this truck paid off. Because if that does become an issue, because I heard that they might turn us into company drivers, if those of us who live in Cali. I sure hope not. If that's the case, I'll definitely see about moving out of state. All that I've already invested into this truck. Because my original lease amount for this truck was for $126,000, and my balance is I think around $86K now. So I paid about $40,000 of it in, and it's roughly about a third of the way done. And the rate at which it pays off, it'll actually accelerate as the time goes by. So I'm probably more than a third of the way done. If I just keep running the miles like I do, I can get the balance paid down faster and faster. Because it's basically like an amortization, where whatever the remaining balance is accrues about a weekly compounded portion of a 10% annual yield. Not the cheapest yield there, but considering what I'm getting out of it, I don't have to worry about credit responsibility. I can walk away from this if I want to. There's no harm to my credit if I do. I really can't complain about that. People will say that that's shitty, but okay, consider the alternative options. If I don't have money down or saved up that I can put down on a truck, or I have bad credit, you really think I'm going to be able to get something like this that easily? Oh, you stupid light. I was wanting to use part of the lane next to me, but now there's a four-wheeler here. I don't know for sure that I can even use it. Let's see. There's room there. I don't even need the other lane. Plenty of room. This ramp is so much nicer now that they widened it to make it more truck friendly. It used to be, if I had tried to get onto the on-ramp like I just did, I would have gotten hung up on the wall. There's no overrun area to work with before. My video I posted not too long ago about that, you'll see how much different it looks. I gotta straighten my mount out at some point in time here, and can't quite get the phone pointed exactly straight down the center of the, where I see both mirrors the same distance away from the ends of the display. Alright, 550 miles or so. We're actually 220, you have to run that many. That's ideally what I want to be able to run every shift. I ran over 40 miles to get here, so about 500 total. Be about 220-ish to get from the shipper to Arizona. So another 280 or so, which will put me right in the area of Holbrook, Arizona. So Holbrook is going to be my target on where I want to get to as a minimum, if not further. Stop short of Holbrook, it'd still be fine. I just don't want to have to run 600-mile shifts if it's not absolutely necessary. My shift will be running on both sides of midnight, so I really don't even have to worry about how I'm impacting my recaps, because I'm going to have some of my shift overrun midnight. And where do we stop? I'm going to slow down for over here. 6:23 p.m. and we still got this going on. Might be residual commute traffic, I don't know, or could be something going on up here that's causing this. I don't know, but this hour I don't normally expect this. So if I were a betting man, I'd say something's going on up here that's causing this. Out of the way, so we're good. Okay, U-Haul, what are you doing? You're signaling right, you just went over there, but the way you just moved made me think you're going to come back over here. Drivers almost always telegraph their moves. Even if they don't signal properly, I can usually tell in advance what they're going to do. Yeah, I'm not going to spend my whole shift running 30, 35 miles an hour, people. That shouldn't take that long. I do have a concern about the Cajon Pass, but it's Wednesday night. It's not like it's a holiday. It's not like it's a Friday night, start of a weekend, and last weekend was a holiday weekend, which was worse. Not to mention the hour. I think there'll be plenty of traffic, but hopefully be moving just fine once I get up there. These lights here, these ramp lights, I used to think they were stupid, but being in a truck now and realizing just how horrible you guys all are about tailgating each other all onto the ramp, onto the freeway, I love those things so much. You guys don't have a clue if you don't have enough room for a truck to fit between you and the person in front of you, you're too close. Like this Challenger thing, whatever that black car is in the other lane, I always get those mixed up. It's an example. He and just about everybody else in that lane are following each other too closely. Back the hell off. You guys doing exactly that is exactly why we have this problem we're in right now. Nobody leaves anybody any room to work with. So everybody has to get to a snail's pace to compensate. You're gonna have to back off, car. Now, I'm not talking about this white Ford here. I'm talking about the car that just got in line behind me. right shoulder. Don't tell me that one person's the reason why we're slow. Oh, okay. Let's see. I have another. That does seem to be picking up, but come on, just a couple of right shoulder vehicles. That can't be the reason why we're slow. This guy's been here. He's got a one of those tickets from CHP for being there too long. Amazing how just one car on the right shoulder causes all that. What is wrong with people here? First question is, why are you on the right shoulder in the first place? Second, why are we going that slow for that? I can see going, I don't know, kind of going down a little bit slower in the lane I'm in right now, but you don't need to have every single lane going at a snail's pace just for that one car. Up to 43, 44 miles an hour now. Just about in downtown San Bernardino at this point. 2nd and 3rd Street exit. We're just passing. 5th Street is next. Traffic moving over to the right as well to get over to the what do they call that highway, 259 or something like that. I always call it the Crosstown Freeway. It's just a transition road to the 210 freeway, which will get you over to where over to Highland, where area I used to live in. It's a very short distance. It's actually a state highway designation, but not labeled as a highway. Now right here we're at eastbound 210. The transition road to it, because it's a few miles long and even has its own ramps on it, or at least one or two. It's basically treated like a state highway. Even has I want to say it's Highway 259. Being over here kind of keeps me away from that transition area. Not to mention, right after I get by when I get by the end of the 210, the lane to my right's going to end anyway. So over here sooner puts me in a safer spot where if I do have any problems with other traffic with merging, it's their fault and not mine. safe when you're doing it. What are we slowing down for? Just slowing up for the truck? You're getting off here at University? Yeah, I guess you sure are. I'll just go ahead and stay here anyway, because even my light's going to end. During these sundown hours or sunset hours or time, whatever. It's a beautiful sight. It's a really nice views. If I could get I could have the camera looking to my left, showing the way the clouds all look over there, more directly at the sun, where it's at. Yeah, it's even better. Cloud formations over there too. See one that looks like I don't know, maybe like an angelfish or something. Really nice view over there. Come on, car, get up to speed. Better hurry up. I shouldn't have to slow down for your ass. Way more than enough room for you to get in here. Driver obviously needs to learn some patience. Back off. Traffic still looks like crap. We can see the lower Cajon Pass up there now, just barely. Once we get around these trees, can't clearly tell what it's doing though. Plenty of traffic on it, just can't tell if it's moving or not. See a ton of brake lights. I don't think I see a bunch of brake lights, so that's promising. If you're gonna come over here, don't slow me down. There's a lot of room in front of you. Come on, dipshit. You didn't see the sign saying ramp closed? If you'd read earlier, you could have gotten off the road at the university. Evidently, you don't read, because I could tell that you were wanting to get off the freeway here and didn't realize the ramp was closed until it was too late. I need to create space for these cars on the ramp, because listen, even worse, this guy's slowing down. More reason to do it. Now let's see if this car in front of me gets off the freeway at Devore Road, or also known as Glen Helen Parkway. I told you guys before, I almost had a head-on collision with idiot fleeing from the cops on the Devore Road off-ramp. I was coming this way. I was on my way back from a medical appointment. My doctors that I go to are all here in Highland and Redlands and all that, down here on the east side of San Bernardino. I'm on my way back up to Victorville. I decided to get off the freeway here to just take the scenic route up, which is up through Devore and back down Kenwood Avenue and then up Cajon Boulevard, which is also Old Highway 66. I see a helicopter kind of hovering over Devore Road, but he was flying a little erratically. I couldn't figure out what was going on with him, so I was fixated on him while I was following a pickup pulling like a utility trailer, you know, kind of like one of them horse trailer or toy hauler looking kind of trailers, you know, a small one that they might use to carry I don't know, landscaping equipment or ATVs or something. One of those, I was just following him, and then all of a sudden he moves over to the right shoulder. I can't figure out why. So I'm getting ready to go around him, and next thing I know, I see the helicopter veering suddenly where the top of his blades are facing almost at me, and veering right toward my direction. I'm wondering, like, is this guy gonna crash into me or something? What the hell's going on with him? And next thing I know, I look down at the ground and I see this SUV coming flying at me at like 60, 70 miles an hour the wrong way down the on-ramp, the off-ramp. That's this off-ramp right here in front of us. It turned out one of the sheriffs that was inside the helicopter actually was shooting at the guy from the air. Because the guys they were construction workers working this interchange project. They were talking about how they thought they heard gunfire, and the SUV got right down there where I started talking about this, over to Little League Drive, and I guess had an accident with somebody else, and the sheriff actually shot and killed the guy. The helicopter sheriff, the guy sitting in the back of the helicopter. Took him out. I have to say, a good riddance on that one. Put my life in danger like that. I was seriously that close to having a head-on accident with an idiot. Had no business being there. Obviously didn't take the bypass, because otherwise he'd be over here. I guess as long as no CHP officer sees him, he's fine, but if a CHP comes through here and sees that, he can easily get written up for not using the bypass, not following a mandatory sign. Pretty sure I can do better than this, but I got a truck coming up on the right. I can't accelerate that much harder, but I can definitely go faster than this. But I'm going to be stuck here. I got four-wheeler traffic over there. I'm going to bet they're not getting off the freeway here in Kenwood either. Oh, this guy actually is. Oh, both of them are. Surprised they all are. Alright, so you gotta move over now. I thought I saw a light on over there. Damn it, truck. You got this right turn signal on, but you're not actually moving over. to Barstow. Come on, people, it's almost a quarter to 7 now. We help people stay and live well. Okay. At the corner of happy and healthy. I'm going to need to move over because these guys are going to lose their lane too. Traffic will let me move over. There's a car back here. Looks like it wants to let me over. Just these guys are trying to get around me, not helping me enough. I think that car back there for letting me over. Yeah, that's pretty smart, dude. Freaking idiots. I intentionally didn't give that round. I intentionally got in the way of that car so it couldn't come over. You're going to play asshole games with other trucks like that, knowing that their lane's going to end. Or you should be knowing that their lane's going to end, and I don't have sympathy for you. Gotta be some kind of whiners on the radio right now about this. Let's see what we get. There's always at least a whiner or two about this traffic here. California sucks. I hate this place. They're going to be bogged down all the way to 138 again. Okay, so we usually have all this problem here because we get basically 7 lanes turning into 4, or whatever it is. 6 lanes turning into 4. Then we still have more problems over where 138 is, especially because that damn way station there. And traffic trying to get on the freeway at Cleghorn Road, trying to get around this part of the problem. So they create a lot of more bottlenecks up there on that end. It's a never-ending problem. I think if they had a way, if they could make Cleghorn Road run all the way into 138, or I mean not Cleghorn, Cajon Boulevard. Maybe even have it go all the way up into Victorville and kind of ease some of the strain on the interstate here. Because I think that's a big part of the problem here is one problem begets another, and then they kind of feed each other. People, I got some Del Taco to eat. Get out of my way. Guys are not going to help me out here if you don't let me over. I will force my way in after this car. Don't think I won't. Stay out of the number 4 lane. That truck's trying to get over. They're coming to a stop again. Still 20 minutes to 395. That's shitty. Okay, the 395 exit is exit 141. Cleghorn Road is, I don't remember the exit number. I don't normally go by exit numbers here in Cali because Cali was traditionally never went by exit numbers. So I just grew up, I was always had the natural mentality to know the exit names. Okay, Cleghorn is 129, so it's only 12 miles from Cleghorn to 138, I mean to, not 138, but Highway 395, but it's in 20 minutes. Should get better once we get past the 138. Unless something else is going on up here, like an accident. But yeah, hard to tell. I see some brake lights up there, but it's hard to tell what's. Can't tell if it's just people adjusting to other people or a bigger problem up there. It says scale closed, do not enter. It might say that, but I don't know for sure. Just to be sure, I'm going to be over here. This truck 2 trucks up from me is causing this problem here, it looks to me. Doing 35 miles an hour. I don't think we need to be going this slow, and because he seems to be leaving a hell of a lot more space in front of him than everybody else. Space is good, it's just when everybody else is doing 55, you don't need to be doing 45. Now here's what I'm talking about. Cleghorn Road, all the traffic coming off Cajon Boulevard and getting on here at Cleghorn, they have to merge in with the I got green light, so now it doesn't matter if the station's open or not. It's closed, but nice I know I have a green light. Okay, adding to the problem here with the pass, we get all this traffic that's going to get off the freeway here at 138. And they'll be cutting across the trucks that are in the lane, including myself, to get over to there most of the time. So this whole area here is just, it's just a traffic engineer's disaster, if you ask me. Terribly laid out. This could be a hell of a lot easier to deal with if they didn't have so many merge points, and not to mention this. Now, I would sometimes move over right away. I don't know. This guy looks like he's going to climb a little slower than me, so I'll just stay here. My throttle now because this guy's in the wrong lane. Keep the 5-lane clear. There's a truck trying to move over there, but you can't get over there if you guys don't let them. Trucking, you're a fucking idiot. I'm done playing games with this BG trucking guy. This is the same guy. Get somewhere today. How about you fucking morons let Amazon Prime get over where he needs to be? I'm done playing games. Pretty sad I had to freaking do that get over. Can't fault you for that. Nobody wants to help you though, do they? Hardly anybody even has radio anymore.
Between 70 and 80,000 people, if I remember right. Of course, I live next door in Victorville at the 120,000 people, or just about 120. Okay, I'm kind of hanging out here because I thought these guys were going to pick up some speed, but seem to be taking their time getting to. I'm I'm used to if I'm running, even if I'm running 60 miles an hour, I'm getting passed by other trucks. So I laid back thinking that they were going to pull away from me, but, well, at least this truck. I guess the other ones seem to be pulling away now, but kind of anticipated him pulling away as well. Check those car dealer blues, Valley High Honda. Yeah, it's just a few miles away from my place. Kind of over off the Palmdale Road exit here in Victorville. I'm gaining on Walmart now. Why is that? Possibly traffic in front of him or something. Still gaining on him. Can't move over though, because I got a moving van and their four-wheeler over there. Might have room with the four-wheeler. Oh, it's not a moving van, it's a pickup with a camper on it. Huh. Passing Ranchero Road right now. Ranchero Road for it's funny pronouncing it the normal way I do, and then pronouncing it also the way you guys are more likely to understand. Alright, 395 coming up. That lane's going to end anyway, and most of these guys are probably getting off there, so I'm just going to stay here in this lane. All these four-wheelers hanging out over there, obviously they're getting off there. Alright, KLM is staying on the road. Yeah, shit. That container truck's going to need to move over, so that's why I'm trying to move. I'm trying to leave space for him so he can get over safely. Traffic all the way up to Barstow. Seem to be a lot of people still taking time off or something, or got something going on up there. And they could be commuting home here to the Victorville and Apple Valley and Hesperia area, but know about that. Something tells me we're still going to have a decent number of cars in between Victorville and Barstow. Just don't get in the way of me getting to my Del Taco. I don't care. Reacting to somebody in front of him. Nah, you don't even need to move over, man. Just stay where you were. It's It's illegal for you to hang out in that lane anyway unless you're passing somebody. police cars were getting off the road here. Which I knew was going to be the case. That's why there was no reason for KLM to move over. Much as I'd rather be in that middle lane also, and at same speed as the rest of traffic. But that's what happens when you get stupid split speed limit laws. And laws saying that trucks are not allowed outside out of the rightmost lane when there's 3 lanes like this, unless we're passing somebody. Okay, why are we getting bogged down now? Off-ramp traffic at Bear Valley Road, or something else going on up here. See how crowded this pumpkin patch is here. These lights up here right on the right side is where they're doing the seasonal pumpkin sales and stuff. Quite a few people were there, what was it, Monday night? This has to be either effects of lots of traffic trying to get off the freeway at Bear Valley Road, or an incident. Let's see which one it is when we get up here. Bear Valley Road's the next exit up here, by the way. Very common during the commute hours, that off-ramp to be overcrowded. Whoever that is who's closer to range, your microphone sounds like complete crap.
Yeah. Excuse me, I didn't flip a switch. Okay. So, you're coming up on Main Street? Yeah, copy.
Yeah, you sound a lot better. I'm coming up on Bear Valley Road, still got problems up here though.
Well, you guys backed up over there or what?
I'm guessing it's either just off-ramp traffic to Bear Valley or something happened up here.
Yeah, Tim.
Figuring I'll find out in a second here once I get past the off-ramp.
too bad. Well, it's a little slow, but doesn't seem to be the problem. I mean, it could be a contributor. Let's see, everyone having to slow down before they get to the off-ramp because of the traffic on the off-ramp. That's where a lot of times we have the problem. It's like you see right here, they're bogged down pretty good. Yeah, it seems to be picking up a little bit better once you get past Bear Valley off-ramp. It's just heavy traffic on the off-ramp. The slowdown on the northbound side, I think it's just mainly traffic on the Bear Valley Road off-ramp that's causing it.
Going north or what?
Correct, northbound.
Yeah, it's always like that, man. Towards the evening, it's backed up on the freeway. They're actually almost in the lane on the freeway, backed up.
Yeah, I'm used to it too. I actually live right off Nisqually myself.
Yeah, I drove over here off of Main and Maple.
That's over by the high school, I think, right? That Main Street and Maple Avenue, that's by Hesperia High School area. Up to speed. Still got plenty of traffic out here though. Since I did the last update, I noticed the last video I did, it showed Christmas Day 2018. Anyway, yeah, today's October 16, 1918 local time now. Just got past Roy Rogers Drive and here in Victorville, my hometown. Past Mojave Drive now. Ellendale, Silver Lakes area, more than likely. Some one knucklehead decided to go over there for who knows what reason. He actually is getting off the ramp. Now, I'm not used to that off-ramp having 2 lanes to it. There are 2 exit lanes. This is all brand new, redone interchange, so I wasn't expecting there to be a second lane into the off-ramp. Now you're going to speed up. All right, yeah. Making me look like an asshole. Now I'm stuck here. Unless I want to go faster than you to get. So I got another truck behind me now. Oh, now he backed off. All right. So KLM actually has some manners. The 4-wheeler behind me does. Yeah, it does. I don't think he wanted to have manners, but I signaled early to warn him. Yeah, this Dodge minivan here is the one I was concerned about. They were close enough behind me, I had to worry about whether they were going to shoot into the space in front of KLM and behind, to my right, to try to pass me, and because I'm not going to move over until I know I'm giving KLM appropriate amount of space. Alright, past the first Stoddard Wells Road. We've got another Stoddard Wells Road exit coming up. The one with Bell Mountain is next. Rental trailer's getting more up to speed before he actually moves over into the travel lane. I can't stand when trucks just instantly move over at 10 miles an hour into the lane. Problem is he's heavy. Nice to see the traffic definitely settled down some now that I'm past Victorville. And now this guy's slowed back down again. Play these damn games with you, truck. I've been going the same speed the whole time. You sped up and now you're slowing back down and getting in my way again. Hopefully I'll have a little more difficulty getting up this hill than I will. Wells Road, Bell Mountain exit. Barstow Evans Parkway. Next up is Wild Wash Road. Del Taco, of course, is off the exit 173 Linwood Road. So right by where I grew up. Not that I pay any mind to the exit numbers unless they matter to me. I just know my exit's 148. 395 is 141. I used to live off of 395 before too. The exit numbers do come in handy though, because they give me an idea how far away I am from any particular point. If I know where those where all the exit numbers are. Traffic here again. Of course, I often do come in waves like this. Exit 165. I'll consider us at the 164 now. It means we're 14 miles away from Del Taco land. Probably doing a good 70 at least. That's why we should be able to run here, but a bunch of armchair drivers who have no idea what it's like to be in a truck or what it's like to drive a truck in other states. For comparison's sake. Kind of stuck in the Stone Ages here. What that container company is.
because that looks like a 40-foot container. Better get up to speed fast. Problem there with that car moving over to the left at the same time the truck was moving over there to pass it. Shoulder earlier. Alright, passing exit 169 Hodge Road. So 9 miles away. There's only 2 more exits to go. Outlet Center Drive and then Linwood Road. If you're a truck driver especially, but it can be useful for anybody. If you're gonna signal for somebody that they can come over and it's nighttime like this, do not shine your damn bright lights at them. If you're gonna do anything at all, if you're trying to be nice, turn your freaking lights off. Or flash your marker lights if you're in a truck, whatever. But don't flash your damn high beams. I don't know who in the hell came up with that stupid ass idea. You're a fucking asshole if you do that, okay? That's the way I see it. Don't freaking shine your brights at me. It'll piss me off 100% of the time. You're driving during hours of darkness, your pupils dilate a lot more to let in more light. It makes them a lot more sensitive to light. So when you shine your brights at night, it's a lot different than shining your brights during the daytime. Keep that in mind. Don't be that freaking lazy asshole who can't be bothered to find your damn headlight switch and turn it off temporarily. Do not flash your high beams. And if you have a truck that won't turn its lights off, that cannot turn its headlights off,
then don't do anything at all or use your marker lights. Just don't flash your high beams, please. Have some respect and courtesy for your other drivers. You think you're being courteous, you're not. Alright, that's my rant for this segment. I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it every damn time it happens. Because I want it to get into everybody's thick heads. Don't ever frickin' do that. Trust me, I'm not the only driver who can't stand having people high beam me to let me know I can come over. First of all, I know when it's safe for me to come over. Half the time people tell me I can come over before I'm ready to come over. Second, when you shine your high beams at me, I can't see if it's if there could be a car hiding behind me. I can't be completely certain that the car behind me is not going to try to pass me on the right because I'm too busy getting blinded by your own damn lights. Leave your damn headlights alone. Let me figure out whose lights I'm looking at, because when you shine your high beams, like I said, it keeps me from seeing, it overruns the lighting of whoever's right behind me, and I can't tell what their lights are doing. Pretty good amount of footage here with this recording. I'm already up to about an hour and 38, it looks like. That doesn't even include the trip from my place down to the shipper. So we're gonna have a good 3 hours of footage here to watch here once all said and done. And I may still add in a little bit more when I stop for my 30-minute break or fuel or whatever, just for shits and grins, and maybe also when I end my shift, which I don't know, I had to guess might be in Holbrook, perhaps at the TA there, or even the Maverick, I don't know. If I'm a guessing man, or betting man, I'd say I'll probably end up in that area. Let's see, I've driven 116 miles, so got about 160 miles left between here and Arizona. That put me about 276. Yeah, everything's still adding up to 550 and put me in the Holbrook area. Just have to double check that that's actually the distance I'm really looking for. Alright, passing Outlet Center Drive, exit 175, just 3 miles away now. Downhill run right here, into the Barstow area. Truck over here is flashing its high beams at the idiot minivan that just passed me and also had theirs on. The truck that's getting ready to pass me did have high beams on, but he turned them off. Whether it's because he was mad at the minivan or he just realized that he had him on, I don't know. Oh, he turned it back on. So I think he's intentionally trying to piss off the minivan or get their attention. Attention to... I don't know. Yeah, see, he's shaving him at the minivan mostly, trying to be courteous of the people and the traffic in the nearby lanes right in the neighborhood of him, but never mind the fact it's probably bothering the traffic coming the other way as well. Can't say I fault him for that though. Can't get people's attention, might as well blind them with it. I wouldn't, that's not exactly the right way to do things, but sometimes people need to be a little more aware of what's going on. Alright. Signal in advance. Even though I'm staying in this lane, I'm going to let the trucks know in the next lane over that I don't need to come over. Get into an exit-only situation like that, it's common for us to think that you might be an idiot forgetting that you need to move over until the very last minute. So I usually anticipate someone needing to come over like that. Good number of trucks over there at Del Taco. I'm gonna have to park over on the north end of the lot. Come on, for real. Don't plan to be here long anyway. Just gonna stop and get me some food and then head out. Park up here by this Volvo. Is that what it says? Was that guy Russian or something? Isn't that where the Black Sea is? Look there. That's good enough. Not perfect, but I can work with it. Closer to him, so this guy coming into the lot can also have somewhere to park and in the right way. Looks like he's gonna nose it in. Okay. Well, that wraps up pretty much. I may or may not put some more footage in here when I stop for my 30-minute break and also when I end my shift. Of course, I'd love to be able to give you some backing footage, so if I do stop in Holbrook, I definitely want to be able to put it in there. So I just don't want this video to be excessively long either, and it's already coming up on 3 hours. So, alright, so anyway, it won't be much more to show you after this. Just keep it kind of short and to the point, I guess, and show you a little more interesting stuff. It's going to be nighttime hours anyway. Alright? Alright, so stay tuned for more. Alright, people. I'm getting off the road in Kingman at Andy Devon Avenue. I'm going to stop at the Flying J here, get some fuel. Probably do a 30-minute break. I have 235 left to work with, which is does not give me enough to get me where I want to stop. Actually, might be able to get past Flagstaff. I mean, I can get, let's see, it's 140 miles. I'll have just enough to get to Flagstaff without doing a 30. But let's see how much time I got. Actually, I got a good couple of extra hours, almost 2 extra hours to work with past that. So, yeah, I should actually be able to make the Holbrook tonight if all goes as planned. In fact, I think I can make Holbrook and then some. Maybe even all the way up to Navajo truck stop off exit 325 or whatever that exit number is. I don't necessarily need to go that far. If I need to at least get to Holbrook, makes it easier for me to get to Stratford or to Texoma, which is right on the Texas-Oklahoma line on my next shift. I figured that could set me up with a little bit easier final shift. Yeah, there's still a pretty good number of trucks in the fuel island here at this hour. I'll go to the very last lane because I'm thinking I'll probably do a 30-minute break here in the fuel island if all goes, I mean, unless there's a spot over there I can park in, I don't know. Alright, that's good there. Okay. Alright, so have more coverage for you in a bit. Alright, viewers, I'm just about in the Flagstaff area now. Just past exit 190, A1 Mountain Road. I've decided I'm going to end my night at Twin Arrows Casino. About 20 miles east of here, or actually 20 miles east of Flagstaff. Just shy of 30 miles away from here. Probably get a little further than that, but I am feeling a little on the tired, just slightly tired. It's 2:20 a.m. local time, but also my friend and former JCT driver Andy is he just shut down there within the last couple hours himself. He's actually going to Cedar Rapids, which will be he'll be also going across US 54 tomorrow, just like me. So we made plans, right? I'd go ahead and shut down there, and then in the morning we're gonna have breakfast together, and maybe run into each other again on US 54 somewhere. Possibly at Texoma, the Oklahoma-Texas line. Dixie and I are both talking about ending our shifts there, or the next shifts, whenever. Exit 192, Flagstaff Ranch Road. exactly sleep a lot during the daytime today, so, or I should say Wednesday, so I think it'll benefit me to shut down a little bit sooner. It'll still be less than 550 mile shifts from Twin Arrow Casino to Harrisonville. Not that bad. Now my next shift, to get from Twin Arrow to Texoma or so, it's going to be a little over 600 miles, so that should be less than 500 miles from Texoma to Harrisonville. I'll have more daytime driving to do tomorrow too, when I shut down earlier. I-17 coming up. There's both I-17 and Arizona 89 Alpha alternate. Yeah, I almost had a run-in with I don't know if it was an owl or a hawk or whatever, but almost hit an owl or hawk earlier. It was sitting on the right, just off the right side of the road, just over on the other side of the little embankment, on the other side of the rails like you can see here. And all of a sudden took off flying right across my path at a low level. And got just enough altitude and just enough out of the way to not get hit. Run-ins with any kind of critters, but sometimes these critters just have a death wish, it seems, or want to play chicken. Lone Tree Road. It's at 198. It's where the Little American Travel Center is, and a lot of the other establishments in the area. intake and twin arrow. You know, it's good. It should be a quiet spot. I don't know for sure, but it's not easily seen from the freeway, and it's not that. It's not right off the freeway, so I think more trucks would be reluctant to stop there. US 89 to the Grand Canyon and I-40 Business Loop, Country Club Drive. Also the town of Page off this exit. Fresh air. Maybe there's not enough oxygen here in the truck, or I'm getting tired. Given the amount I slept during the daytime, pretty good chance it's the latter. Smoothing out some of these sections of roadway here in Arizona. But man, there's several other spots here that are more than enough bumpy. Tired too is if you're yawning more than if you're yawning what is it more than once every 5 minutes, I think is what they say. That's a sign that you're getting fatigued and need to get off the road soon.
Casino Monument, exit 204 here. No commercial vehicles allowed. 15 miles out. So yeah, I think that's what it is. I want to say exit 219 for Twin Arrow. Outside his truck and on the driver's side. He's got his hood up. There's a problem. Alright, finally a smoother section that was recently repaved. The 206 mile marker. Maybe 205 I'd call it, where it smooths out. Exit 207, Costino Road, 1 mile away. No trucks over 13 tons allowed. Side, but not bad. It's 50 degrees. Some of you guys might call out summer weather depending on where you're from, but me being a Southern California guy, that's definitely cool weather. Perfect for going to sleep in the truck though. It'd be a temp where I won't even need to run my APU because it won't be too warm and it won't be too cool in the sleeper berth. driven for the shift. 1,585 miles, so I calculated 527 mile shifts each shift, you know, as an average. That's all it takes to get there. That's not very bad. Yeah, that's not much at all. So even if I run a little bit short right now on this leg, it's still less than 550 mile shifts on the next two legs. If I'm going to run over 600 on the next shift, then I'll end up with a less than 500, of course, on the final shift. Yeah, I got another reefer truck catching up to me, but move over now so he knows that, so I don't get blocked out of getting over there. And he gets notification, advance warning too. Be able to get out of the way of him just at the same time he's catching me. There we go. Extender, dude. Should you over-rotate the tractor on a turn or backing or something? Alright, it's 0240 now, local time on October 17th. And we're within about 5 miles of the exit for the casino now. Because the trees and stuff over on the opposite side of the freeway. Alright, 216 mile marker now, 3 miles away. Elevation 6,000, right at the 217 mile marker.
miles to go. Must be getting off the freeway here too. It's slowing down. It's already passed me, and the fact I'm already down to 65 and still kind of catching him a little bit. Well, now he's pulling away. Yeah, maybe he was distracted or something. I don't know. He is going to get off the freeway here. That or they're just slowing needlessly for corners. Okay, yeah, they're getting off here. Kind of seem like they have a confused demeanor to them with their driving. Road. This could be a tricky turn here for me. Yeah, it looks like we're alright. On the Resort Boulevard, and I'll be on the left side. It's been a while since I've stopped here. Pretty good number of trucks parked here. It's been so long since I've been here, I forget how it was set up. truck over here. Can also get a look and see where Andy is. 3590. Smells good here. Smells like someone's burning some. Got a fireplace going or something. I think I'm going to be parking on the curb or by that RV. Right there, but I don't like the way CRST's parked on it, or jamming it up. Yeah, there's room here. Plenty of room here between this RV and this pickup with the travel trailer. So over here it is. Oh wait. See this spot over here. Right over by Heartland Express. Pretty late. I like the position of the tandems there. Too far away from the line. I'm gonna make a left, right, and back to another left directly. A little bit left to follow it. Don't want it coming in too quickly toward that white Freightliner. I'm going to be late catching it, I think. Yeah, but I don't really care because my biggest concern is with getting the biggest concern is with getting the tandems where I want them to be and keep them there. Like I say, that concludes my shift, and yeah, I also, like I said, only a little over 500 miles, 505, actually 507, but probably take about a mile of that away for the missed turn there. That's, yeah, sums it up. May or may not get some footage of the next shift, I don't know. If not, I know I'll have footage of when I get into Harrisonville. And along with the last part of the trip there. So keep your eyes out for that next episode, right? All right, thanks for watching, guys.